सुरक्षा का एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है। भारत के समुद्री
सीमाओं के बेहतर विकास का मुंबई के नेस्को एग्जीबिशन सेंटर में इसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन कर रहे हैं।
एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है
जो कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया जा रहा है
भारत के समुद्री सीमाओं के बेहतर विकास का
इस सम्मेलन में
मुंबई के नेस्को एग्जीबिशन सेंटर में इसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन कर रहे हैं। एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है
जो कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया जा रहा है
भारत के समुद्री सीमाओं के बेहतर विकास का
इस सम्मेलन में
मुंबई के नेस्को एग्जीबिशन सेंटर में
जाएंगे
इसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है
प्रयास होगा
और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन कर रहे हैं।
भारत के मैरीटाइम
एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है भारत के समुद्री सीमाओं के बेहतर विकास का
इस सम्मेलन में
मुंबई के नेशनल एग्जीबिशन सेंटर में इसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है
प्रयास होगा
और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन कर रहे हैं।
भारत के मैरीटाइम
एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है भारत के समुद्री सीमाओं के बेहतर विकास का
इस सम्मेलन में
मुंबई के नेशनल एग्जीबिशन सेंटर में इसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है
प्रयास होगा
और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन कर रहे हैं। एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है भारत के समुद्री सीमाओं के बेहतर विकास का इस सम्मेलन में मुंबई के नेशनल एग्जीबिशन सेंटर में इसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन कर
उसके लिए तैयार से बताने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आपको बता दें, इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक में 85 से अधिक देश इस सम्मेलन में शिरकत कर रहे हैं, लिहाजा ये
उसके लिए तैयार
महत्वपूर्ण है।
से बताने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आपको बता दें, इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक में 85 से अधिक देश इस सम्मेलन में शिरकत कर रहे हैं,
अवलोकन कर रहे हैं,
लिहाजा ये उसके लिए तैयार महत्वपूर्ण है। से बताने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आपको बता दें, इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक में 85 से अधिक देश इस सम्मेलन में शिरकत कर रहे हैं,
अवलोकन कर रहे हैं,
लिहाजा ये उसके लिए तैयार महत्वपूर्ण है।
लिहाजा तकनीक के इस युग में जब हम देख रहे हैं कि हर समय लगातार नित नए अनुसंधान चल रहे हैं, उस दौर में कैसे हम हमारी समुद्री सीमाओं को और ज्यादा बेहतर और मजबूत बना सके, इस पर प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। महासागरों का एकीकरण और एक समुद्र दृष्टिकोण, यह महत्वपूर्ण विषय रखा गया है इस सम्मेलन का, और इसी के तहत कोशिश की जाएगी कि कैसे भारत की समुद्री सीमा को सुरक्षित रखने के साथ साथ उसके विकास को और ज्यादा बेहतर बनाया जाए। इस कार्यक्रम का विषय रखा गया है महासागरों का एकीकरण, एक समुद्री दृष्टिकोण। भारत वो देश है जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का संदेश देता है, जिसमें पूरी दुनिया को, पूरे विश्व को एक परिवार का रूप माना गया हो। उसी के आधार पर जो प्रयास किया जा रहा है, महासागरों का एकीकरण और एक समुद्र दृष्टिकोण, इस नजरिए से इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक के तहत यह महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, जो कि दुनिया को एक नई दिशा देगा। समुद्री सीमा के लिहाज से, समुद्री सीमा की सुरक्षा के लिहाज से, समुद्री सीमा के विकास के लिहाज से, समुद्री सीमाओं के माध्यम से होने वाले व्यापार के लिहाज से। आपको बता दें कि इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक में दुनिया भर से 85 से अधिक देश इस सम्मेलन में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं और महासागरों का एकीकरण, एक समुद्री दृष्टिकोण, इसका विषय रखा गया है। ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, मुंबई में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स हैं उनसे मुलाकात कर रहे हैं। इस दौरान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक प्रदर्शनी का भी अवलोकन किया। और भारत की समुद्री सीमा के विकास की बानगी को बयां करती हुई यह प्रदर्शनी होगी और साथ ही साथ आने वाले समय में किस तरीके से समुद्री क्षेत्र को और ज्यादा बेहतर बनाया जा सके, कैसे आधुनिक तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करते हुए उसे और ज्यादा सशक्त बनाया जा सके, कैसे आधुनिक तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करते हुए हमारी समुद्री सीमा को सुरक्षित रखा जा सके, संरक्षित रखा जा सके, इस पर भी इस दौरान विचार मंथन किया जाएगा। कार्यक्रम का विषय महासागरों का एकीकरण, एक समुद्री दृष्टिकोण रखा गया है। मुंबई में आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे हैं। और इस दौरान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी एक प्रदर्शनी का भी अवलोकन कर रहे हैं। आपको बता दें कि नेस्को एग्जीबिशन सेंटर में इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक 2025 वैश्विक समुद्री पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र के भविष्य पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए सभी हितधारकों को एक साथ लाता है। इस लिहाज से यह सम्मेलन अपने आप में महत्वपूर्ण है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने इस दौरान प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन किया, साथ ही साथ जो फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स हैं उनसे भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने मुलाकात की। आपको बता दें कि इस कार्यक्रम में 85 से अधिक देशों की भागीदारी है। 1 लाख से अधिक प्रतिनिधि इसमें शामिल हो रहे हैं और 350 से अधिक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वक्ता इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हो रहे हैं। मैरीटाइम लीडर्स कॉन्क्लेव को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी संबोधित करेंगे। ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक में फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स के साथ मुलाकात कर रहे हैं। साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री ग्लोबल मैरीटाइम
with a resounding of claps, ladies and gentlemen, a visionary leader who energizes the nation's machinery into purposeful action and boosts the transformative power of India's maritime economy. भारत के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आज के समारोह में मैं मानसी हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूं और सभी की ओर से उन्हें साभार नमन करती हूं। At the very outset, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, will be felicitated by Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, and Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, initially with a shawl followed by a memento. Kindly accept this as a token of respect and appreciation. Memorable moments to be treasured in the form of photographs and to be cherished for times to come. Thank you. I will call upon Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for the welcome address. Presenting Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji.
Namaskar. Our most respected Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, respected Governor of Maharashtra, Sri Acharya Devabrat ji, respected Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Sri Devendra Fadnavis ji, respected Deputy Chief Ministers of Maharashtra, Sri Eknath Shinde ji and Sri Ajit Pawar ji, respected Minister of State, Government of India, Sri Shantanu Thakur ji and Sri Kirtivardhan Singh ji, respected Excellencies, Minister of various state government, esteemed global CEOs and valued dignitaries. Namaskar. It is with great joy, humility and deep respect that I welcome you all to this landmark occasion, India Maritime Week 2025, and especially to this very special session, the Maritime Leaders Conclave. With the participation of more than 85 countries, 450 plus confirmed speakers, 500 plus exhibitors, 13 concurrent international events, and more than 1 lakh delegates. This edition of the Maritime Week is not just larger in scale than before, it is richer in vision and deeper in deliberation. It is also more inclusive in participation, reflecting the rising global stature of India's maritime ecosystem. We are truly honored by the gracious presence of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, whose visionary leadership has transformed India's maritime landscape. Maritime India Vision 2030, Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 are shining example of sharp vision and smart strategy. These are the reflection of the Honorable Prime Minister's conviction that the sea is not a boundary, but a bridge to prosperity. For decades, this remained a dream. It is this foresight of yours, sir, that has led to the construction of India's first mega port at Vadavan in Palghar, Maharashtra. India today contributes to more than 10% of global seafarers. 1 in every 5 global seafarers is going to be an Indian by 2030. We are also expanding our footprint in cruise tourism, aiming to become the Asia-Pacific leader with a 10-fold increase in passengers traffic. Equally transformative has been the decisive push to India's shipbuilding sector. For the first time, 70,000 crores package has been carved out for shipbuilding, demonstrating the Honorable Prime Minister's resolve to make India not just a ship-using, but a ship-making nation. Under your visionary leadership, sir, we have also seen long overdue legal reform take shape. The passing of 5 landmark maritime bills, in the last parliament session is a testament to your commitment to modernizing India's maritime governance, removing colonial relics and empowering industry through clarity and simplicity. Perhaps one of the most quietly revolutionary changes has been in the inland waterways sector. Thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister's consistent focus on sustainable transport, that in the last 11 years, operational waterways have increased 10 times. Cargo throughput registered 700% growth, and we are witnessing the emergence of an entirely new logistics stream that is green, cost-efficient, and multimodal. But the vision does not stop at commerce alone. With the creation of National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal in Gujarat, we are also reclaiming and honoring our maritime legacy. In the word of Honorable Prime Minister himself, Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi. This initiative embodies the balance of progress and pride. Today, India stands as one of the most attractive destinations for global maritime investors, industrialists, not merely due to policy initiative, but because there is a clear and stable leadership that has placed maritime development at the core of national progress. This program itself stands testimony to the kind of enabling environment created by Honorable Prime Minister, where vision meets execution, policy meets industry, and innovation meets opportunity. Only under such dynamic leadership can an event of this scale, uniting maritime thinkers, investors, and industrialists from across the world, become possible. Before I close, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Government of Maharashtra for its unwavering support in organizing this important conclave. Maharashtra has always held a central place in India's maritime journey, and this partnership strengthened our shared goal of making India a true maritime superpower. I also express my thankfulness and deep gratitude to all the ministers from the foreign countries and global CEOs present here for their very valuable participation and fruitful engagement in the India Maritime Week 2025. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for your initial remarks, setting the tone and context of the Maritime Leaders Conclave. आणि आता महाराष्ट्राचे मुख्यमंत्री माननीय श्री देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांना आजच्या अतिशय महत्त्वाच्या प्रसंगी मी मनोगताकरता पाचारण करते. Inviting the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendraji Fadnavis, for his remarks. Please put your hands together.
नमस्कार. आज के इस बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण समारोह में मंच पर उपस्थित भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, गवर्नर आचार्य देवव्रत जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, राज्य मंत्री शंतनु ठाकुर जी, कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह जी, मेरे साथी महाराष्ट्र के जनप्रिय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, श्री अजित दादा पवार जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित देश और दुनिया से आए हुए सभी महानुभाव और उपस्थित सभी बहनों और भाइयों, मैं सबसे पहले छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की इस भूमि पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और दुनिया से आए हुए मैरीटाइम के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले सभी इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स का, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों से लगातार बहुत अच्छा मंथन और चिंतन इस मैरीटाइम कॉन्फ्रेंस में हो रहा है और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक 2025 एक ऐसा मंच, एक ऐसा डायलॉग आज स्थापित हो रहा है जिससे देश और दुनिया में मैरीटाइम के क्षेत्र में होने वाले बदलाव और उसके कारण होने वाला जो फायदा है उसको हम देश और दुनिया के कोने कोने तक पहुंचा पा रहे हैं। मैं सबसे पहले आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी फॉर री इमेजिनिंग द मैरीटाइम स्पेस ऑफ इंडिया। जिस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारे सारे मैरीटाइम बिजनेस को एक नई दिशा दी है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि स्वतंत्र भारत में पोर्ट लेड डेवलपमेंट और सामुद्रिक शक्ति का जो आविष्कार आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग देख पा रहे हैं, जो एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ हम लोग देख पा रहे हैं और दुनिया के व्यापार में भारत की एक नई भूमिका जो हम देख पा रहे हैं, मैं उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। और विशेष रूप से ये धन्यवाद इसलिए भी देना चाहता हूं कि आज उनके नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र जैसा राज्य ये मैरीटाइम के क्षेत्र में एक नई ताकत के रूप में उभर रहा है। हमारा जेएनपीए आज देश का सबसे बड़ी कंटेनर ट्रैफिक हैंडल करने वाला पोर्ट बना है और अब उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में, उन्हीं के मार्गदर्शन में एक उपहार जो महाराष्ट्र को मिला है वाढवण पोर्ट के रूप में, जो भारत का तो सबसे बड़ा पोर्ट होगा ही, लेकिन अपने ऑपरेशंस के साथ दुनिया के पहले 10 पोर्ट में इस पोर्ट का शुमार होगा और ये पोर्ट भारत को एक नई सामुद्रिक और सामरिक ताकत के रूप में दुनिया के सामने प्रदर्शित करेगा। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि केवल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी थे इसलिए इस सपने को हम लोग पूरा कर पा रहे हैं और इसलिए महाराष्ट्र की जनता की ओर से मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक ये महाराष्ट्र के लिए बहुत ही फलदायी साबित हुआ है। हम लोगों ने इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक में करीब 56,000 करोड़ के एमओयूज किए हैं और इन एमओयूज में पोर्ट डेवलपमेंट है, इसमें शिपयार्ड डेवलपमेंट है, इसमें शिप बिल्डिंग के एमओयूज है, इसमें अलग अलग प्रकार से वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट के, क्लीन वेसल्स के, ऐसे मैरीटाइम की इकोसिस्टम में अलग अलग प्रकार के निवेश के हमने एमओयूज किए हैं और उसके साथ साथ हम लोगों ने स्ट्रेटेजिक एमओयूज भी किए हैं जिसके माध्यम से हम लोग मैरीटाइम के क्षेत्र में नई टेक्नोलॉजी ला पाएंगे, हम लोग नई डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज का इस्तेमाल कर पाएंगे, नया ह्यूमन रिसोर्स इसमें हम लोग क्रिएट कर पाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक हमारे लिए भी होस्ट स्टेट के रूप में बहुत ही सफल इस प्रकार का यह आयोजन रहा है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को और हमारी भारत सरकार को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने महाराष्ट्र को यह मौका दिया कि हम इस मैरीटाइम वीक को होस्ट कर पाए और मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो मैरीटाइम विजन है उस विजन को आगे ले जाने में महाराष्ट्र राज्य हमेशा अग्रसर होगा। और दुनिया से पधारे हुए सभी लोगों को मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि मैरीटाइम के क्षेत्र में निवेश करने के लिए भारत एक बहुत अच्छी जगह है और भारत में भी महाराष्ट्र एक बहुत कारगर और बहुत अच्छी जगह है। इसलिए मैं आप सभी को इनवाइट करता हूं। आप सबको मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि हम आपके साथ मिलकर भारत में विकास करेंगे, महाराष्ट्र में विकास करेंगे। फिर एक बार आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत, प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts and insights with us this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, time now for the launch of Shipping Corporation of India's Long-Term Business Plan 2047, launch of Oil and Gas PSU Vessel Acquisition Plan 2035, launch of Domestic Green Tug Acquisition Program, launch of Dredging Corporation of India's 10-year Strategic Fleet Acquisition Plan, and dedication of investment MOUs worth upwards of rupees 12 lakh crore by pressing the remote button accompanied by their short films. I request the Honorable Prime Minister to kindly do us the honors.
India's coastline and strategic location make it central to global maritime trade, handling over 90% of our cargo volume. The sector is a cornerstone of economic growth, guided by Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amrit Kal Vision 2047. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, a maritime renaissance is underway to make India a major shipbuilding nation.
अब हम देश भर में शिप बिल्डिंग के लिए व्यापक कदम उठा रहे हैं। शिप बिल्डिंग इंडस्ट्री को उद्योगों की जननी कहा जाता है, क्योंकि इसमें सिर्फ एक जहाज ही नहीं बनता, उसके साथ जो उद्योग जुड़े होते हैं उनका विस्तार होता है। चीप हो या शिप, हमें भारत में ही बनाने होंगे।
Government of India has launched a shipbuilding reform package of about 70,000 crore rupees, which focuses on 4 strategic pillars: financial support, long-term financing, infrastructure modernization, and policy reforms. These reforms are expected to unlock 4.5 million gross tonnage shipbuilding output per annum, attract 4.5 lakh crore rupees investment, and generate 3 million jobs, positioning India as a global shipbuilding powerhouse. Global confidence is surging, reflected in recent landmark partnerships. CMA CGM ordering vessels from Cochin Shipyard. HD Queso and Cochin Shipyard launching ship block fabrication facility in Kochi. Cochin Shipyard and DP World developing offshore fabrication and ship repair clusters. Swan DHI and Samsung Heavy Industries collaborating. Acquisition of Colombo Dockyard by Mazgaon Dock. Today, the Honorable Prime Minister dedicates a suite of transformative initiatives to the nation. Shipping Corporation of India, expansion of fleet to 216 vessels by 2047. Launch of India's own Bharat Container Shipping Line with 51 container vessels. Oil and gas vessel orders worth 47,800 crore rupees. Green Tug Program. Acquisition of 100 eco-friendly tugs worth 12,000 crore rupees by 2040. Dredging Corporation of India. Acquisition of 11 dredgers. That is, a total acquisition of 437 vessels, boosting the domestic shipping and shipbuilding ecosystem. India is entering a new era of maritime self-reliance and global leadership. This is Maritime Amrit Kal, India's global maritime future.
India's maritime sector has transformed from legacy systems to future-ready infrastructure. Port capacity has doubled. Cargo volume surged nearly 50%. Inland waterways cargo grew 8x. Cruise passengers quadrupled. Seafarer base expanded 2.5x. Under the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, India aspires to become a leading maritime nation with quantum leaps in port capacity, shipping and sustainability. India enacted 5 landmark maritime laws, replacing colonial frameworks with modern, investor-friendly legislation.
भारत के समुद्री तट भारत की समृद्धि के प्रवेश द्वार बनेंगे और मैं बड़े गर्व के साथ और मैं दूर तक का देख सकता हूं कि भारत के समुद्री तट भारत की समृद्धि के प्रवेश द्वार बनने वाले हैं.
The winds of change are evident. With development of mega ports, transshipment hubs, and green hydrogen hubs, marking a new era of maritime strength, global connectivity, and self-reliance for India. This momentum now culminates in India Maritime Week 2025, a landmark moment of global collaboration with participation of around 85 countries, policymakers, industry leaders, and investment opportunities. Now we dedicate over 600 MOUs worth 12 lakh crore rupees are being signed, building a strong, self-reliant maritime India. The MOUs span across port-led industrialization, port development, sustainability, and shipbuilding. India is now promoting shipping as core infrastructure, and GIFT IFSC is emerging as a globally competitive hub for ship ownership and flagging with attractive tax and policy incentives. India welcomes foreign companies to flag and own ships under its jurisdiction with simplified norms and global best practices. And now, these MOUs are dedicated to the nation as a collective commitment to maritime excellence, economic resilience, and global leadership. India Maritime Week 2025 sets the course for a new era, connecting Bharat to the world and empowering generations to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of immense pride and great privilege to have with us a man who embodies the spirit of progress, exemplifying the extraordinary and excellence in every true sense of the word, leading the way forward in development with his active contribution as we stand at the threshold of a new chapter for the nation. I request the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to kindly address this august gathering on this highly significant occasion. A thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
महाराष्ट्र के गवर्नर आचार्य देवव्रत जी, महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे साथी सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, शांतनु ठाकुर जी, कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह जी, महाराष्ट्र के डिप्टी सीएम एकनाथ शिंदे जी, अजीत पवार जी, शिपिंग और दूसरी इंडस्ट्रीज से जुड़े लीडर्स, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, साथियों, मैं आप सभी का ग्लोबल मैरीटाइम लीडर्स कॉन्क्लेव में अभिनंदन करता हूं. साल 2016 में मुंबई में ही इस आयोजन की शुरुआत हुई थी और ये हम सभी के लिए खुशी की बात है कि आज ये समिट एक ग्लोबल इवेंट बन गई है। आज यहां इस कार्यक्रम में दुनिया के 85 से अधिक देशों की भागीदारी ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज दे रही है। शिपिंग जायंट्स, उसके सीईओ से लेकर स्टार्टअप्स तक और पॉलिसी मेकर से लेकर इन्वेस्टर्स तक इस समय सभी यहां मौजूद हैं। स्मॉल आइलैंड नेशंस के प्रतिनिधि भी यहां उपस्थित हैं। आप सभी के विजन से इस समिट की सिनर्जी और एनर्जी दोनों बढ़ा दी है। साथियों, अभी यहां शिपिंग सेक्टर से जुड़े कई प्रोजेक्ट्स का शुभारंभ हुआ है। शिपिंग सेक्टर में हुए लाखों करोड़ रुपए के एमओयूज भी जारी हुए हैं। ये दिखाता है कि भारत के मैरीटाइम सामर्थ्य पर दुनिया का कितना विश्वास है। इस आयोजन में आपकी उपस्थिति हमारे कॉमन कमिटमेंट का प्रतीक है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के इस कालखंड में भारत का मैरीटाइम सेक्टर तेज गति और ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। खासकर साल 2025 भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर के लिए बहुत अहम साल रहा है। मैं इस वर्ष की कुछ खास उपलब्धियों का जिक्र आपके बीच करना चाहता हूं। विजिंजम पोर्ट के रूप में भारत का पहला डीप वाटर इंटरनेशनल ट्रांसशिपमेंट हब अब ऑपरेशनल हो चुका है। कुछ समय पहले ही दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा कंटेनर वेसल वहां पहुंचा। ये हर भारतीय के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। साल 24-25 में भारत के मेजर पोर्ट्स ने अब तक का सबसे अधिक कार्गो हैंडल करके भी नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। इतना ही नहीं, पहली बार किसी इंडियन पोर्ट ने मेगावाट स्केल इंडिजीनियस ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन फैसिलिटी शुरू की है और ये उपलब्धि हमारे कांडला पोर्ट ने हासिल की है। एक और बड़ा काम हुआ है जेएनपीटी में। जेएनपीटी में भारत मुंबई कंटेनर टर्मिनल फेज 2 भी शुरू हो गया है। इससे इस टर्मिनल की हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी 2 गुनी हो गई है और ये भारत का सबसे बड़ा कंटेनर पोर्ट बन गया है। ये भारत के पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में सबसे बड़े एफडीआई की वजह से संभव हुआ है। इसके लिए मैं आज सिंगापुर के अपने साथियों का भी विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, इस साल भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स के लिए भी बड़े कदम उठाए हैं। हमने 100 साल से ज्यादा पुराने कॉलोनियल शिपिंग लॉज को हटाकर 21st सेंचुरी के मॉडर्न और फ्यूचरिस्टिक लॉज लागू किए हैं। ये नए कानून स्टेट मैरीटाइम बोर्ड्स को एम्पावर करते हैं, सेफ्टी और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को बल देते हैं और साथ ही पोर्ट मैनेजमेंट में डिजिटलाइजेशन का भी विस्तार करते हैं। साथियों, द मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट में हमने भारतीय कानून को इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशन के साथ ग्लोबली अलाइन किया है। इससे सेफ्टी का भरोसा बढ़ा है, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बेहतर बनाने में मदद मिली है, सरकार का दखल कम हुआ है। मुझे विश्वास है इन प्रयासों से आपका, हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स का कॉन्फिडेंस भी और अधिक बढ़ेगा। साथियों, द कोस्टल शिपिंग एक्ट को इस तरह तैयार किया गया है कि ट्रेड और आसान हो सके। ये सप्लाई चेन सिक्योरिटी को मजबूत करता है, साथ ही इससे भारत की लंबी कोस्टलाइन पर बैलेंस डेवलपमेंट सुनिश्चित करेगा। ऐसे ही वन नेशन वन पोर्ट प्रोसेस पोर्ट से जुड़े प्रोसीड्यूर्स को भी स्टैंडर्डाइज करेगा और डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का काम भी काफी कम हो जाएगा। साथियों, शिपिंग सेक्टर के ये रिफॉर्म्स एक प्रकार से बीते एक दशक की हमारी रिफॉर्म्स जर्नी का कंटिन्यूएशन है। अगर हम पिछले 10-11 वर्षों को देखें तो भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में जो परिवर्तन आया है वो ऐतिहासिक है। मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन के तहत 150 से अधिक नए इनिशिएटिव शुरू किए गए हैं। इनसे मेजर पोर्ट्स की कैपेसिटी लगभग 2 गुनी हुई है, टर्न अराउंड टाइम में भारी कमी आई है, क्रूज टूरिज्म को भी नई गति मिली है। आज इनलैंड वाटरवेज पर कार्गो मूवमेंट में 700% से ज्यादा बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ऑपरेशनल वाटरवेज की संख्या 3 से बढ़कर 32 हो गई है। हमारे पोर्ट्स का नेट एनुअल सरप्लस भी एक दशक में 9 टाइम्स इंक्रीज हुआ है। साथियों, हमें गर्व है कि आज भारत के पोर्ट्स डेवलपिंग वर्ल्ड के सबसे एफिशिएंट पोर्ट्स में गिने जाते हैं। कई मामलों में तो वो डेवलप्ड वर्ल्ड के पोर्ट से भी बेहतर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको कुछ और आंकड़े देता हूं। आज भारत में एवरेज कंटेनर ड्वेल टाइम 3 दिन से भी कम रह गया है। ये कई विकसित देशों से भी बेहतर है। एवरेज वेसल टर्न अराउंड टाइम 96 आवर्स से घटकर सिर्फ 48 आवर्स रह गया है। इससे भारतीय पोर्ट्स ग्लोबल शिपिंग लाइन के लिए और अधिक कॉम्पिटिटिव और अट्रैक्टिव बन गए हैं। वर्ल्ड बैंक के लॉजिस्टिक परफॉर्मेंस इंडेक्स में भी भारत ने काफी अच्छा सुधार किया है। और साथियों, शिपिंग सेक्टर में, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स में भारत अपना परचम लहरा रहा है। भारत के सी फेरर्स की संख्या पिछले एक दशक में 1.25 लाख से बढ़कर 3 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है। आप दुनिया के किसी भी समुद्री तट पर जाएंगे तो कोई न कोई शिप होगा जहां कोई न कोई भारतीय सी फेरर आपको मिलेगा। आज भारत सी फेरर की संख्या में के मामले में दुनिया के टॉप 3 देशों में आ चुका है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का 1/4 हिस्सा बीत चुका है। इस सदी के अगले 25 साल और भी अहम है। इसलिए हमारा फोकस ब्लू इकोनॉमी पर है, सस्टेनेबल कोस्टल डेवलपमेंट पर है। हम ग्रीन लॉजिस्टिक्स, पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी और कोस्टल इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर्स पर बहुत जोर दे रहे हैं। साथियों, शिप बिल्डिंग भी आज के भारत की टॉप प्रायोरिटी में है। एक समय था जब भारत दुनिया के शिप बिल्डिंग का बहुत बड़ा सेंटर था। यहां से अजंता केव्स बहुत दूर नहीं है। वहां आपको 6th सेंचुरी का एक चित्र दिखेगा। इसमें एक 3 मास्टेड शिप का डिजाइन आपको मिलेगा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं 6th सेंचुरी के चित्र में 3 मास्टेड शिप का डिजाइन, और ये डिजाइन इसके सदियों बाद दूसरे देशों ने इस्तेमाल करना शुरू किया। सदियों का फासला था। साथियों, भारत में बने शिप ग्लोबल ट्रेड का अहम हिस्सा हुआ करते थे। फिर हम शिप ब्रेकिंग के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़े। अब भारत फिर से शिप मेकिंग के क्षेत्र में नई ऊंचाइयां छूने के लिए अपने प्रयास तेज कर रहा है। भारत ने अब लार्ज शिप्स को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एसेट्स का दर्जा भी दे दिया है। ये पॉलिसी डिसीजन इस कार्यक्रम में मौजूद सभी शिप बिल्डर्स के लिए नए रास्ते खोलेगा। इससे आपको फाइनेंसिंग के नए विकल्प मिलेंगे, इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट घटेगी और क्रेडिट की सुविधा आसान होगी। और साथियों, इस रिफॉर्म को गति देने के लिए सरकार भी लगभग 70,000 करोड़ रुपीस इन्वेस्ट करेगी। इससे डोमेस्टिक कैपेसिटी बढ़ेगी, लॉन्ग टर्म फाइनेंसिंग को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, ग्रीनफील्ड और ब्राउनफील्ड शिपयार्ड का विकास होगा, एडवांस मैरीटाइम स्किल तैयार होगी और युवाओं के लिए लाखों जॉब जनरेट होगी, और आप सभी के लिए भी इससे इन्वेस्टमेंट के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। साथियों, ये धरती छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि है। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज ने न केवल समुद्री सुरक्षा की नींव रखी, बल्कि अरब सागर के ट्रेड रूट्स पर भारतीय सामर्थ्य का परचम भी फहराया था। उनके विजन ने हमें दिखाया है कि समुद्र केवल सीमाएं नहीं, अवसरों के द्वार भी होते हैं। आज भारत उसी सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, भारत आज ग्लोबल स्तर पर सप्लाई चेन रेजिलियंस को मजबूती देना चाहता है। हम वर्ल्ड क्लास मेगा पोर्ट्स के निर्माण में जुटे हैं। यहां महाराष्ट्र के वाढवण में ही 76,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से नया पोर्ट बनाया जा रहा है। हम अपने मेजर पोर्ट्स की कैपेसिटी को 4 गुना बढ़ाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हम कंटेनराइज कार्गो शेयर में भी भारत का हिस्सा बढ़ाना चाहते हैं और इन सभी लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति में आप सभी हमारे अहम पार्टनर हैं। हम आपके आइडियाज, इनोवेशंस और इन्वेस्टमेंट का स्वागत करते हैं। आप भी जानते हैं, भारत में पोर्ट्स और शिपिंग में 100% एफडीआई की अनुमति है। अभी पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप तेजी से बढ़ रही है। मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, इस विजन के तहत इंसेंटिव्स भी दिए जा रहे हैं। हम स्टेट्स को भी प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं कि वे इन्वेस्टमेंट को आकर्षित करें। इसलिए आप सभी अलग अलग देशों के इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए भी भारत के शिपिंग सेक्टर में काम करने का, अपना विस्तार करने का यही समय है, सही समय है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की एक और विशेषता है हमारी वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी और रिलायबिलिटी। When the global seas are rough, the world looks for a steady lighthouse. और भारत ऐसे लाइट हाउस की भूमिका को बहुत मजबूती से निभा सकता है। ग्लोबल टेंशंस, ट्रेड डिसरप्शंस और शिफ्टिंग सप्लाई चेन्स के बीच भारत स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑटोनॉमी, पीस और इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ का प्रतीक है। हमारे मैरीटाइम और ट्रेड इनिशिएटिव्स इसी बड़े विजन का हिस्सा है। इसका एक उदाहरण है इंडिया मिडल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर। ये ट्रेड रूट्स को फिर से डिफाइन करेगा। ये क्लीन एनर्जी और स्मार्ट लॉजिस्टिक्स को बढ़ावा देगा। साथियों, आज हमारा फोकस इंक्लूसिव मैरीटाइम डेवलपमेंट पर भी है। ये तभी संभव है जब स्मॉल आइलैंड डेवलपिंग स्टेट्स और लीस्ट डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज को टेक्नोलॉजी, ट्रेनिंग और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के माध्यम से सशक्त बनाया जाए। क्लाइमेट चेंज, सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन, इकोनॉमिक अनसर्टेनिटी और मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी, हमें मिलकर इन सभी का सामना करना होगा। साथियों, आइए हम सब साथ मिलकर पीस, प्रोग्रेस, प्रॉस्पेरिटी को और तेजी से आगे बढ़ाएं। एक सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर का निर्माण करें। एक बार फिर आप सभी का इस समिट का हिस्सा बनने के लिए अभिनंदन। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू।
On behalf of everyone present, I thank the
कारण आप देख रहे थे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक के सम्मेलन को संबोधित किया और जो कुछ बड़ी बातें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने इस सम्मेलन में कही हैं वो हम आपको बताते हैं। उन्होंने कहा इस सम्मेलन में ने सिनर्जी और एनर्जी बढ़ा दी है। यानी जिस तरह का इसमें सिनर्जी और एनर्जी देखा गया भारत के द्वारा, ये अपने आप में बढ़ा हुआ दिख रहा है। भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर पर
Welcome to another insightful session at English Speeches. Today, we're diving into a powerful speech delivered by Subramanyam Jaishankar, India's Minister for External Affairs, at the 77th session of the UN General Assembly. Discover how India celebrates its 75 years of independence, the visionary steps under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, and the country's future pledges. Learn how these points connect to broader global issues like multilateralism, environmental care, and international diplomacy.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, I bring to you the greetings of 1.3 billion plus people from the world's largest democracy. They join me in congratulating the President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Chaba Koroshi, on his election to chair the 77th session of the UN General Assembly. They follow closely developments at the United Nations, reflecting the increasingly globalized nature of our existence. We meet at a challenging time for the world order. This session's theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, seeks to capture its seriousness. Excellencies, the year 2022 is an important milestone in India's journey towards growth, development, and prosperity. India is celebrating 75 years of its independence, what we call Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The story of that period has been one of toil, of determination, innovation, and enterprise of millions of ordinary Indians. They are rejuvenating a society pillaged by centuries of foreign attacks and colonialism. And they are doing so in a democratic framework whose steady progress is reflected in more authentic voices and grounded leadership. This new India, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is a confident and resurgent society. Its agenda for our centenary will be achieved through the 5 pledges that we committed to on our Independence Day. 1, we are resolved to make India a developed country in the next 25 years. For the world, that creates more capacities for global good. 2, we will liberate ourselves from a colonial mindset. Externally, this means reformed multilateralism and more contemporary global governance. 3, our rich civilizational heritage will be a source of pride and of strength. This includes care and concern for the environment, so ingrained in our traditional ethos. 4, we will promote greater unity and solidarity. This expresses a coming together on global issues such as terrorism, pandemics, or the environment. And 5, we will instill consciousness of duties and responsibilities. This applies to nations as much as it does to citizens. These 5 pledges affirm our age-old outlook that sees the world as one family. We believe that national good and global good can be entirely in harmony. It is this conviction that led us to supply vaccines to over 100 nations. Similarly, our evacuation operations in HADR situations always had room for other nationals in distress. Even as we meet our own development targets, India offers partnerships to our brothers and sisters in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. And we do so based on their needs and their priorities. Today, the focus is on green growth, better connectivity, digital delivery, and accessible health. Our solidarity is not just in words. You can see them in 700 projects across the world. Madam President, even while India contributes to global betterment, we recognize the sharp deterioration in the international landscape. The world is already struggling with challenges of post-pandemic economic recovery. The debt situation of the developing is precarious. To this is now added the rising costs and the shrinking availability of fuel, of food, and of fertilizers. These, along with trade disruptions and diversions, are among the many consequences of the Ukraine conflict. The Indo-Pacific, too, witnesses fresh concerns about its stability and its security. And climate events have added an overlay on these mounting anxieties. As we saw in the case of the COVID pandemic, the South will be the most impacted, even if the immediate causes are well beyond. It is imperative that global conversations recognize this deep unfairness. The inequity of vaccine distribution should not be replicated in other domains. Madam President, as the Ukraine conflict continues to rage, we are often asked, whose side are we on? And our answer each time is straight and honest. India is on the side of peace and will remain firmly there. We are on the side that respects the UN Charter and its founding principles. We are on the side that calls for dialogue and diplomacy as the only way out. We are on the side of those struggling to make ends meet, even as they stare at the escalating costs of food, of fuel, and fertilizers. It is therefore in our collective interest to work constructively, both within the United Nations and outside, in finding an early resolution to this conflict. Excellencies, while the global attention has been on Ukraine, India has also had to contend with other challenges, especially in its own neighborhood. Some of them may be aggravated by the COVID pandemic and ongoing conflicts, but they speak too of a deeper malaise. The accumulation of debt in fragile economies is of particular concern. We believe that in such times, the international community must rise above narrow national agendas. India, for its part, is taking exceptional measures in exceptional times. We do so when we send 50,000 metric tons of wheat and multiple tranches of medicines and vaccines to Afghanistan. When we extend credits of $3.8 billion to Sri Lanka for fuel, essential commodities, and trade settlement. When we supply 10,000 metric tons of food aid and vaccine shipments to Myanmar. When we fill the gap in humanitarian needs left unaddressed by political complexity. Whether it is disaster response or humanitarian assistance, India has stood strong, contributing particularly to those nearest to us. Excellencies, the world as we knew it is poised for transformational changes. It has been impacted in recent times by a succession of shocks, each of them significant by itself. The COVID pandemic called into question the over-centralized nature of globalization and has led all of us to seek greater resilience and reliability of supply chains. The repercussions of the ongoing Ukraine conflict have further heightened economic stresses, especially on food and energy. climate events have added to disruption that the world is already facing. As for the promise of technology, it has certainly multiplied our capabilities, but also added to our vulnerabilities. Trust and transparency are legitimate expectations of a more digitized world. The quest to create a better global order would necessarily have to address all these issues. Among them, some are clearly more existential in nature and necessitate intense coordination by the international community. Climate action and climate justice are particularly noteworthy in this respect. In their pursuit, India has worked with partners on the International Solar Alliance, the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We stand ready to support any collective and equitable endeavor to protect our environment and to further global wellness. Lifestyle for Environment, or LIFE, as declared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Glasgow on the sidelines of COP26, is our homage to Mother Nature. India remains deeply committed to fighting climate change under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We do so on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. We have announced our updated nationally determined contributions after COP26. Excellencies, India's steadfast commitment to South-South cooperation is by now well established and well recognized. Our approach is based on principles of mutual respect and national ownership, with a commitment to sustainable development for all. As we begin the G20 presidency this December, we are sensitive to the challenges faced by developing countries. India will work with other G20 members to address serious issues of debt, of economic growth, food and energy security, and particularly of environment. The reform of governance of multilateral financial institutions will continue to be one of our core priorities. Madam President, India would be completing its tenure as a member of the Security Council this year. In our term, we have acted as a bridge on some serious but divisive issues confronting the Council. We have also focused on concerns such as maritime security, peacekeeping, and counter-terrorism. Our contributions range from providing technology with a human touch to ensuring safety and security of UN peacekeepers. As the chair of the Counter-Terrorism Committee this year, India would be hosting its special meeting in Mumbai and New Delhi. I invite all member states to participate in it. We need to create a global architecture that responds to the new tech tools deployed against open, diverse, and pluralistic societies. Having borne the brunt of cross-border terrorism for decades, India firmly advocates a zero-tolerance approach. In our view, there is no justification for any act of terrorism regardless of motivation, and no rhetoric, however sanctimonious, can ever cover up bloodstains. The United Nations responds to terrorism by sanctioning its perpetrators. Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation. India has always espoused a cooperative, inclusive, and consultative approach to international relations. We believe that multipolarity, rebalancing, fair globalization, and reformed multilateralism cannot be kept in abeyance. The call for reformed multilateralism with reforms of the Security Council at its core, enjoys considerable support among UN members. It does so because of the widespread recognition that the current architecture is anachronistic and ineffective. It is also perceived as deeply unfair, denying entire continents and regions a voice in a forum that deliberates their future. India is prepared to take up greater responsibilities, but it seeks, at the same time, to ensure that the injustice faced by the Global South is decisively addressed. Our call is to allow serious negotiations on such a critical matter to proceed sincerely. They must not be blocked by procedural tactics. Naysayers cannot hold the IGN process hostage in perpetuity. In these turbulent times, it is essential that the world listens to more voices of reason and experiences more acts of goodwill. India is willing and able on both counts. We believe and advocate that this is not an era of war or of conflict. On the contrary, it is a time for development and for cooperation. Madam President, in the past, this august assembly has served as a meeting point of views and as a catalyst for action. It is vital that we continue to believe in the promise of diplomacy and the need for international cooperation. Therefore, Madam President, let us strive to return to the course of seeking peace, progress, and prosperity. I thank you.
Visit our site, EnglishSpeechChannel.com, for exclusive access to video transcripts, offline audio, English lessons, and private classes. Don't forget to explore our free and new ebooks. Also, subscribe to our weekly newsletter for the latest updates. Links in the description below. Thanks for your support.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Subrahmanyam Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of India.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, greetings and namaskar from 1.4 billion people of Bharat. I congratulate the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, and strongly support the 79th UN General Assembly's theme of leaving no one behind. Madam President, we are gathered here at a difficult time. The world is yet to recover from the ravages of the COVID pandemic. A war in Ukraine is well into its third year. The conflict in Gaza is acquiring wider ramifications. Across the global south, development plans have gone off rails and SDG targets are receding. But there is more. Unfair trade practices threaten jobs, just as unviable projects raise debt levels. Any connectivity that flouts sovereignty and territorial integrity acquires strategic connotations, especially when it is not a shared endeavor. Technology advancements, which have long been a source of hope, are now equally a factor of anxiety. Climate events occur with greater intensity and frequency. Food security is as worrisome as health security. In truth, the world stands fractious, polarized, and frustrated. Conversations have become difficult, agreements even more so. This is surely not what the founders of the United Nations would have wanted of us. Madam President, almost exactly 8 decades ago, the first steps towards the formation of the UN were taken near here at Dumbarton Oaks. Refined thereafter at the Yalta Conference, they were finally approved in San Francisco. The debates of that era centered around how to ensure world peace, a prerequisite for global prosperity. Today, we find both peace and prosperity equally endangered. And that, Madam President, is because trust has eroded and processes have broken down. Countries have extracted more from the international system than they have put into it, enfeebling it in the process. We see that vividly in every challenge and every crisis. Reforming multilateralism is therefore an imperative. The urgency of this call is highlighted by the theme of this session. Leaving no one behind means advancing peace, ensuring sustainable development, and strengthening human dignity. This cannot be delivered by a UN paralyzed when faced with division, conflict, terrorism, and violence. Nor can it be advanced if access to food, fuel, and fertilizer is jeopardized. When capturing markets lacks restraint, it damages the livelihood and social fabric of others. Evasion of climate action responsibilities by the developed undermine the growth prospect of the developing. Indeed, when resource crunch limits the very pursuit of SDG targets, it is not just economies, but human dignity itself that is imperiled. If the world is in such a state, this body must ask itself, how has this come to pass? The problems arise from a combination of structural shortcomings, political calculations, naked self-interest, and yes, disregard for those left behind. It is natural to feel overwhelmed by what we confront now. After all, there are so many dimensions, different moving parts, issues of the day, and the changing landscape. But every change must begin somewhere, and there is no better place than where it all started. We, the members of the United Nations, must now seriously and purposefully address ourselves to that task. Not because it is a competition for influence or a squabble for positions, but because if we carry on like this, the state of the world is only going to get worse. And that could mean that more of us are going to be left behind. Madam President, as the world contemplates these concerns, India has sought to respond in a variety of ways. First, by focusing on the issues of the vulnerable, women, farmers, and youth, and fashioning targeted policies and initiatives for their betterment. Assured access to piped water, to electricity, to cooking gas, and new homes are changing millions of lives. The gender gap has started to close, be it in health, in education, or in the workplace. Our food producers, thrice a year, get financial support at the click of a button. And a third-term government has made skilling of the youth its key priority. Second, by expanding opportunities for employment and for entrepreneurship, including through stronger training and large-scale financial incentives. 495 million mudra loans have been given to small businesses in the last decade. 67% of them are to women. Equally telling, 6.56 million street vendors have availed of 8.85 million Swanidhi loans. This is just in the last 4 years. 45% of the beneficiaries are again women. Third, by creating templates that are replicable elsewhere. It could be digital delivery or enhancing the quality of governance and public services, as indeed making medicines and health facilities accessible and affordable. A digital public infrastructure and a people's pharmacy are today examples of what India can readily offer to the world. It is also an alternative vision where technology is used to empower, not to dominate. Fourth, by encouraging the Global South to voice its shared concerns and come together. To that end, we have convened 3 Global South summits, the most recent in August of 2024. And fifth, by contributing to the well-being of the global commons and responding to the pressing needs of those in distress. This has ranged from undertaking projects in 78 nations, providing resources to neighbors, and responding to HADR situations, to supplying medicines and ensuring maritime safety and security. Madam President, given the scale of transformation underway in India, each of these dimensions underline that the world's problems can indeed be tackled, and that by working together, we can surely create a larger lifting tide. In these troubled times, it is necessary, Madam President, to provide hope and rekindle optimism. We have to demonstrate that big changes are possible and not over a long period. And nothing is more powerful in this regard than the transformative potential of the digital. We have seen its impact in our daily lives in India over the last decade. It is visible when public benefits from nutritional support and housing to energy and health are delivered efficiently and on a vast scale. Or when small business loans and farmers' support are extended without using intermediaries. In fact, when street vendors and expat workforce confidently use fintech in their regular transactions, when services delivery and benefits move seamlessly and transparently, less people will be left behind. That, Madam President, is India's experience and India's relevance. Such leapfrogging possibilities, coupled with people-centric policies and visionary leadership, can be real game changers. When India lands on the moon, rolls out its own 5G stack, dispatches vaccines worldwide, embraces fintech, or houses so many global capability centers, there is a message here. Our quest for a Viksit Bharat or a developed India will understandably be followed closely. Madam President, an important cause of many getting left behind has been the unfairness of the current globalization model. Over-concentration of production has hollowed out many economies, impacting their employment and social stability. Democratizing global production, building resilient supply chains, ensuring trusted digital services, and espousing an open source culture, all these promote widespread prosperity. There are economic answers, just as there are social ones. Madam President, the UN has always maintained that peace and development go hand in hand. Yet, when challenges to one have emerged, due regard has not been given to the other. Clearly, their economic implications for the weak and vulnerable need to be highlighted. But we must also recognize that conflicts themselves must be resolved. The world cannot be fatalistic about the continuation of violence on a large scale, no more than be impervious to its broader consequences. Whether it is the war in Ukraine or the conflict in Gaza, the international community seeks urgent solutions. These sentiments must be acknowledged and acted upon. Madam President, the UN is a testimony to the agreed principles and shared objectives of the world order. Respect for international law and commitments are among the foremost in that regard. If we are to ensure global security and stability, then it is essential that those who seek to lead set the right example. Nor can we countenance egregious violations of our basic tenets. Terrorism is antithetical of everything that the world stands for. All its forms of and manifestations must be resolutely opposed. The sanctioning of global terrorists by the United Nations should also not be impeded for political reasons. Madam President, many countries get left behind due to circumstances beyond their control. But some make conscious choices with disastrous consequences. A premier example is our neighbor, Pakistan. Unfortunately, their misdeeds affect others as well, especially the neighborhood. When this polity instills such fanaticism among its people, its GDP can only be measured in terms of radicalization and its exports in the form of terrorism. Today, we see the ills it sought to visit on others consume its own society. It can't blame the world. This is only karma. Madam President, a dysfunctional nation coveting the lands of others must be exposed and must be countered. We heard some bizarre assertions from it at this very forum yesterday. So let me make India's position perfectly clear. Pakistan's cross-border terrorism policy will never succeed, and it can have no expectation of impunity. On the contrary, actions will certainly have consequences. The issue to be resolved between us is now only the vacation of illegally occupied Indian territory by Pakistan, and of course, the abandonment of Pakistan's long-standing attachment to terrorism. Madam President, the global order is inherently pluralistic and diverse. The UN began with 51 members. We are now 193. The world has changed profoundly, and so have its concerns and its opportunities. But to address both, and indeed to strengthen the order itself, it is essential that the UN be the central platform for finding common ground. And that it certainly cannot be by remaining anachronistic. Large parts of the world cannot be left behind when it comes to deciding the key issues of our times. An effective and efficient UN, a more representative UN, and a UN fit for purpose in the contemporary era is essential. Let us therefore send out a clear message from this UNGA session. We are determined not to be left behind. By coming together, sharing experiences, pooling resources, and strengthening our resolve, we can change the world for the better. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs of India.
Delegates, we'll now resume the moderated caucus. Are there any points of information? Delegate of Germany.
The delegate of Germany would like to ask a question to the delegate of Zimbabwe, who's not present.
All right. When the delegate will be present, that time the delegate can pose his question. Delegate of Cambodia.
Thousands of teachers protested against the educational reforms in Hungary, complaining about the lack of materials and the education system itself. Hungary is investing its money in building fences against refugees, while such teachers and students suffer. What is Hungary's response to this?
Can we please maintain decorum in the floor? Thank you. Yes. Delegate, the question has been posed to. Yes, delegate of Hungary.
Hungary is aware of the fact that there has to be reforms of the educational system in Hungary. However, we have put we have fixed this and provided teachers with teaching resources and requirements, as well as have funded for the educational needs that are needed to improve our education system.
Delegate of Italy. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delegate of Italy would like to question the delegate of India on their previous comments. The delegate of India said that India will educate its people. Yes, India will and has educated its people, but there aren't nearly enough jobs for these people who are being educated. India has a population of around over 1 billion people, and almost every educated person that they have, the ratio of availability of jobs to number of educated people is, there's a huge gap between it. And this results in there being more people asking for one job, as in there's more number of candidates for one job than there normally should be. What does the delegate of India have to comment on this?
Could the question please be more concise?
Delegate,
could you rephrase your question, please?
Apologies, delegate of India. The delegate of Italy would like to point out that the number of jobs in India and the number of people applying for those jobs, the ratio, the difference between them is too high. So there are many more candidates for one job than there normally should be. Does the delegate of India feel that India has failed in creating availability for these jobs, or and what does the delegate of India have to say on this?
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, this is a
Delegate, please first be recognized by the chair. Yes, delegate of India.
This is a this is blatantly blaming India for the nitty-gritties. What we have done is tried our best to educate the mass. The delegate of India doesn't see how the lack of jobs equates to denial of right of education.
Delegate of Germany.
The delegate of Germany would like to point out the ignorance shown by the delegate of India in this committee by completely absconding from the points of, first of all, tackling corruption, second, creating job employment, and third, both of these points directly relate to the lack of education and the lack of educational facilities that the government is providing. And thus the delegate of Germany would like to ask the delegate of India as to how the government plans to tackle these major issues that cripple the entire education system of the country.
The delegate of India can answer these in notes, as the issues have been discussed enough and about of India, so we are going to move on. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan would like to pose a question to the delegate of Afghanistan. International and government donor efforts since 2001 to educate girls have significantly faltered. Only 37% of adolescent girls are literate. A third of girls marry at 18 and once engaged are compelled to drop out of school. Furthermore, with the control of Taliban, about 40% of Afghan districts are banned and limited to any form of education. The question of the delegate is, why hasn't there anything significant that's been done to at least combat the right of individuals to even at least provide an ordinary form of education? Thank you.
Delegate of Afghanistan.
The education crisis in Afghanistan have improved from 2000 to current situation, as 37% of school students are girls, as it was 9.2 from the beginning. And the government now spends 12.51% of the total expenditure on education, which might seem small, but only to those who don't consider hazardous internal conflicts in Afghanistan.
Right to follow up.
Yes, Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Afghanistan has stated that 12.1% are being spent on education. But the question is this for men or for women? Thank you.
Yes, Delegate of Afghanistan, would you like to?
Delegates,
reply?
please rise for the Secretary General.
We have an emergency crisis. A bomb blast has just been reported in the Italian town near the French borders. Casualties were reported among refugees who hail from Afghanistan, Syria, and Eritrea. So far, the casualties are reported to be 20 deaths, 30 severely injured, and 5 missing. Eyewitnesses report that French authorities have increased patrolling near their borders. They also reported their belief that French authorities were responsible for the bomb blasts in order to avoid incursions by refugees into France. We will now be moving automatically into a moderated caucus to discuss the emergency crisis.
Delegate of Italy.
The delegate of Italy would like to call upon all nations not to blame
Point of
either...
personal privilege?
Yes.
Can the Secretary General please repeat the emergency crisis and a little more slower?
A bomb blast has just been reported in the Italian town near the French borders. Casualties were reported among refugees who hail from Afghanistan, Syria, and Eritrea. So far, the casualties are reported to be 20 deaths, 30 severely injured, and 5 missing. Eyewitnesses report that French authorities have increased patrolling near their borders. They also reported their belief that the French authorities were responsible for the bomb blasts in order to avoid incursions by refugees in France. We will now be moving automatically into moderated caucus to discuss this, and we hope that solutions come up for the same. Thank you.
Delegate of Italy, you may resume.
The delegate of Italy would like to call upon all the House of Nations not to attack either Italy or France, because these allegations that France planted the bomb blast have not been proven yet. Italy and France will jointly begin an investigation on the cause, the origin of the bomb, and every other bit of relevant information to this bombing. Thank you.
Delegate of Zimbabwe.
The delegate of Italy has mentioned how they should start an investigation. However, due to the fact that France and Italy themselves are part of the suspect list, did the delegate just announce that they're going to investigate themselves?
Delegate of Italy.
The delegations of Italy and France would like to start an investigation. However, they will encourage other countries as well to send experts that could be from forensic departments or other military-related departments, as this has been the killing of people and Italy would not view people as citizens of any country, however, we will view it as humanity. A person has died no matter what nationality, and we would encourage every country to send in investigators so we can reach a conclusion at the earliest possible time.
Delegate of France.
Thanking the delegate of Italy for all those points, but France can speak for itself. France would like to state that at first we have to consider the victims of this attack, and France has this specific victim compensation scheme that will ensure that the families are not affected by this, and France is willing to give its military and any sources required to ensure that these victims are rescued.
Delegate of Egypt.
The delegate of Egypt would like to point out that it's extremely unlikely that a sovereign government like France would do such an act to attack other residents in Italy, which is on a different country. And furthermore, delegate of Egypt would like to rather suggest that this might be a possibility of a terror attack, because recently, within this month, a white nationalist attempted to kill multiple refugees in a southern Italian town using guns. So this could be a related incident, as opposed to the rather wild suspicion that a foreign government might do such a thing on Italy's soil.
Delegate of Ukraine.
The delegate of Ukraine would like to address the delegate of Egypt to clarify the misunderstanding that the bomb was not in France. It was in fact in Italy, near the French borders. And perhaps this could be a scheme in order to avoid refugees, since earlier stated France does not exactly want as many refugees as they would like to have.
The delegate. Delegate of Hungary.
Thank you, Chair. Is the delegate of Ukraine assuming that France is trying to kill refugees?
Delegate of Ukraine.
The delegate of Ukraine was just merely stating what the Secretary General has said. The delegate of Ukraine was not making any assumptions or saying anything.
Delegate of Syria.
To begin by stating the fact that we have found numerous instances where the delegates present here in the committee are suspecting or doubting the reports given by the Secretary General, but please keep in mind the fact that all reports given by the Secretary General is verified, and therefore there is no question of suspecting it. Secondly, while the committee is still discussing on rescuing and helping people who have been injured, the committee has completely ignored the fact that 5 individuals are missing and we still don't know the stake of those people, and therefore the committee must stream its focus towards finding these 5 people, because every life is precious. Thank you.
Delegate of United States.
To begin with, the delegate of United States would like to offer its condolences to Eritrea, Afghanistan, and Syria, as well as Italy, for the trauma that it may be going through. Furthermore, the delegate of the United States of America would like to question the delegation of France, because they said that they have a funding program for the families of the people who have passed away, and they stated, and to quote, "Families will not be affected once they have been paid or provided repatriation. However, the United States does not believe this is the best way possible to achieve transitional justice, which is why they would like to discuss with the rest of the international community what method would be best to facilitate the families of those that have died and to provide feasible measures for those that are currently injured or missing."
Delegate of France.
Noting the point stated by the delegate of USA, France would like to say that France has many other acts, such as the Anti-Terrorism Act, which will ensure that any of these suspected will have their assets frozen. And since considering how France is being accused, France would like to remind the delegate of Syria that the Secretary General herself had told that these were allegations and not confirmed. So making such wild accusations against a country in a diplomatic platform does not seem the right way to go about it.
Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan is calling out to all other participants of the G7 countries in order to provide financial aid for those who are in need at the moment. And also, Japan will be communicating with all intelligence agencies in order to gain leverage and significant advantage towards this situation. Thank you.
Delegate of Russia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for finally recognizing. The delegate of Russia would like to I'll pose a question to the delegates of Afghanistan, Eritrea, and Syria, the affected countries, as to how are they providing help to Italy to solve this problem and to help their citizens that were affected.
Delegate of Italy.
Thank you to the delegates of the United States, Syria, and Russia for their comments. Italy would like to state that it will begin a thorough examination of all possibilities that could have been the cause of this bombing. It will also begin search operations to try and find the 5 missing people as suggested by the delegate of Syria. Thank you for that, delegate. And it would also like to ask the delegates of all countries whose citizens were involved in this to please send all possible help to Italy, because we intend to solve this as a team, not as one country alone. Thank you.
Delegate of Argentina, you've been recognized.
If France says that they have no relation with the attack, why would they offer a fund and put a strain on their economy, even though they have literally right now with their accusation that they have no relation with it, as the attack was on Italian soil, and the 3 countries where the refugees were in the attack have no relation with France? I believe that the plan of funding actually verifies the accusations given to them.
Yes, delegate of Italy.
Has the delegate of Argentina never heard of the word humanity? France could very well be providing aid as a part of humanity, and all the 3 countries in relation will have to come together to work with every country whatsoever to come to a solution to this crisis, as pointed out previously by the delegate of Italy. The delegate of Italy would prefer Argentina not questioning any country willing to help, because all countries
Delegates,
have been
please rise
asked.
to the Secretary General.
Please take your seats. We have an update. Shooting, delegates, please take notes. Shooting has been reported on the border of Germany and Czech Republic. 15 refugees injured and 10 missing. A video recording of a Czech police officer attacking one of the missing refugees has gone viral. BBC and CNN are reporting huge protests by human rights organizations all over the world. Please continue the debate.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Point of order. The delegate of Italy was already recognized before the Secretary General's entrance. Is the
Delegate, now that
continue?
there's been an update, we will choose another speaker if that's okay.
Thank you.
The delegate of United Kingdom believes that our immediate effort should be towards conducting search and rescue operations and hospitalizing those injured. And also the need to form a UN task force so as to investigate these controversial cases and find out the true perpetrators.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan would like to reiterate that Japan, as a huge part of the humanitarian aid, will provide non-combatant military officers in order to provide assistance to those who are in search and rescue operations, as well as to provide aid for those who are injured at the moment. Thank you.
As delegate of Italy. A Czech police officer. Delegate of UAE, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the United Arab Emirates would like to bring up the topic of the 15 missing refugees overall.
the delegate would like to question whether they're simply caught up in the bombing and the shooting, or whether there's an ulterior motive to them being missing.
Delegate of Czech Republic, would you like to comment on the situation since it concerns? Yes, please go ahead.
Oh wait, does the delegate have to also answer the United Arab Emirates or just?
Preferably, yes.
Oh, okay. Seeing the situation currently, this is a culmination of what has been seen throughout the actual debate from the Moderate Caucus until now. The fact that the European Commission does not actually have actually propagated the flaws within the system that have now culminated in this crisis that is being seen. The Czech Republic government firmly affirms in its protection of its borders. Any such allegations against the country stating that the armed attacks against these refugees are simply due to xenophobia is simply not true. The Czech Republic government will be issuing an actual report justifying the reasons, the fact that these refugees are a part of the growing terrorism that is being seen within the country as well as the European Union.
Delegate of Japan.
Noticing the consecutive outlook of the situation, it may be possible that these are all a series of coordinated attacks. The delegate of Japan urges the congregation to entertain such theories to hinder further attacks and taking of lives. Thank you.
Delegate of France.
Throughout the moderated caucus, the delegate of Czech Republic kept saying that they won't take in refugees because they fear terrorist attack. What if the refugees don't even want to come to Czech Republic because they fear terrorist attack by the police?
Delegate of Czech Republic.
Thank you, Honorable Dias. The delegate finds the ignorance of the French delegate to be concerning upon this issue. It's the fact that it's not the refugees fearing the border control of the Czech Republic. It's the actual factors that these illegal immigrants and the influx of them, especially with the exacerbation of the smugglers and the traffickers that continue to create this conflict between the border patrollers as well as the refugees that are innocent. That's why the Czech Republic continually tries to tell the European Commission, especially Germany and France, who continually state that the quota system needs to be addressed when they themselves don't understand that a lot of countries, especially Hungary and Czech Republic, the Eastern Bloc, do not have the financial stability and itself the confidence from the populations seen from the referendums that do not want these refugees to be accepted because of the fact that the European Commission the state of the European Commission is showing that we cannot actually handle this crisis, and the delegate hopes that there's actual reforms in the European Commission, especially with the quota system and the refugees distribution.
Thank you, delegate.
Query?
Yes.
Who all were involved in the shooting on the border?
Delegate, you're requested to pay attention when the crisis is being read. This is an emergency crisis. We don't have much time left. However, I will read the second update again. Apologies, the update. We have a second update. A bomb blast has been reported near Eiffel Towers, killing many tourists. French authorities have reported that among casualties, there are 15 French, 6 American, 5 Finnish, and 8 Italian citizens. The bombers have escaped the French police. Meanwhile, the police in Hungary have received information that bombers have intercepted an aircraft that is bound to land in Hungary. Italian authorities have successfully captured the bombers, and interrogations and background research has revealed that they have come to Italy as Afghani refugees, but were operating with an insurgent group that attempts to destabilize Europe. They had also confided that they were not the only ones. Apologies, delegates. A bomb blast has been reported near Eiffel Towers, killing many tourists. French authorities have reported that among casualties, there are 15 French, 6 American, 5 Finnish, and 8 Italian citizens. The bombers have escaped the French police. Meanwhile, the police in Hungary have received information that bombers have intercepted an aircraft that is bound to land in Hungary. Italian authorities have successfully captured the bombers, and interrogations and background research has revealed that they had come to Italy as Afghani refugees and were operating with an insurgent group that attempts to destabilize Europe. They had also confided that they were not the only ones, but many others had entered Europe in like manner.
Delegate of Czech Republic.
Thank you, honorable chairs. With this recent update, this confirms the actual arguments that have been raised from the Eastern Bloc with the fact that this refugee crisis is a facade that is being used by terrorists to foster and plant seeds of instability within the European Union. Thus, the delegate of Czech Republic actually commends the initiative and action by the Italian government in actually being able to successfully capture and getting the information for the intel. And the Czech Republic would like to lay out the actual reformation of the current refugee system within the European Commission, as well as the actual investigations that are being done with the French government and Italian.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Russia commends the performance of the Italian government, but at the same time would like to question the process of Italy that they adopt to grant the refugee status, since we have learned that Afghani refugees have entered Italy who are actually Afghani terrorists. And doesn't this show the incapability of the government in screening out asylum seekers for refugee status?
Delegate of Germany, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Germany would like to begin by expressing its condolences to the initial attacks. Germany being a primary safeguarder of refugees entering the European Union, Germany would like to extend its help and would like to state that the help is in twofold. The first will of course be initiating an investigation to find out the root cause of the shooting that happened on the borders, and second, about the entire bomb blast done apparently by the French government near the Italian borders. And the second will be promoting any and all investigations and funding those investigations, because Germany is a strong is a major power with efficient funds, and the German government is ready to fund any and all investigations that will help get closer to the root cause. And replying to the point made by the delegate of Czech Republic has again stated that the German governments and the French governments are continually forcing European Union countries to take refugees in, and this is creating a national threat. However, the German government would like to remind the Czech delegate that on humanitarian grounds, people who are distressed and dislocated require a new home, and Germany is always ready to foster these people. Thank you.
Delegates, please lower your placards when someone's talking. Yes.
The delegation of Russia, I believe, spoke before the delegation of France. They stated that the Afghanistani refugees.
Point of personal privilege. The delegate is inaudible.
Please turn on the mic.
The delegation which spoke before the delegation of Germany stated that the people who entered the country posing to be Afghani refugees were actually Afghani terrorists. Has this been confirmed by the Secretary General?
Apologies, Delegate. Could you please repeat that?
were the Afghani refugees who came into the country posing as refugees Afghani terrorists? Because this was stated by the delegate that spoke before the...
Yes, delegate, that was part of the update.
All right, thank you.
So, delegate of Afghanistan.
As stated earlier, the delegate of Afghanistan believes that those individuals or groups that resorted to violence are not acquainted with the country, and the delegate of Afghanistan would like to confirm if the Afghan refugees were if the government of Italy could further investigate the situation.
Italy.
To the delegate of Afghanistan, it becomes affirmative that that Italy will be obligated and it will definitely investigate. But it would also like Afghanistan to send a team of investigators, as the people who were held accountable for the bombing were Afghan refugees. This is an obligation on the Afghan side as well to help contribute to finding solutions. Italy would also like to make 3 other statements, if that is allowed by the Honorable Secretary General.
Yes, delegate, please go ahead.
The delegate of Italy would like to thank the delegate of Russia for voicing their concerns, and it will affirm that screening will be much better scrutinized and more secure. It will request all countries also to impose a curfew, at least in Europe, as the possibility keeps growing that this might be a chain of terror attacks. We do want to minimize the number of deaths possible. Therefore, currently, imposing a curfew, at least in Europe, seems like the best way to reduce the number of deaths. We need to prevent the number of deaths, and we would like to call upon all the nations to impose a curfew until further fines are made. Thank you.
Delegate of Egypt.
The delegate of Egypt would like to remind the delegate of Italy that imposing a curfew on an entire continent is unparalleled in history, and it's a completely unrealistic expectation for governments to impose. The idea that curfews will save lives in the first place over such a large populace is quite childish to think, and actually might only increase panic among citizens across Europe. So, delegate of Egypt would ask delegate of Italy to reconsider such an option.
Delegate of India.
Thank you, Chair. I do concur, the delegate of India does concur with the delegate of Czech Republic. There are loopholes in the system, but that is not priority now. Number 1 priority is safety of refugees. Due to the recent attacks on refugees may increase. So I plead with the European nations to ensure the legitimate refugees are taken care of and their rights not violated. Number 2, safety of the citizens of your own country. I would request a majority of the European...
Please
the delegate of... Apologies. The delegate of India would request the delegates of the various European nations to increase their security level to high alert. Number 3, as stated, there are many more so-called refugees who pose as... the so-called terrorists who pose as refugees. So I call for an immediate crackdown on them with the help of an independent UN agency. Thank you.
Delegate of Syria.
Thank you for all the contributions put forth by the nations here today. To begin by stating the fact that the update clearly
Delegates,
states...
we have a third update. The Hungarian police has successfully captured the bombers of the Eiffel Tower incident. Okay. They are identified as Syrian and Iranian nationals working as a part of the same insurgent organization that the Italian authorities had reported earlier. The French police has also received information that this insurgent organization is using Indian channels to receive training. Eritrean nationals have been detained in Buenos Aires, Argentina, because they were charged for possessing weapons and other armed goods. This raises concerns because the area is the venue for hosting G20 meeting of finance ministers and central bank governors on March 19th and 20th. Argentinian authorities, on interrogating these Eritrean nationals, have found that they have also received training through Indian channels. Please proceed.
Delegate of Hungary, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Hungary is thankful for finally finding who has done this crisis. And to add to that, for the delegates that have questioned refugees for committing such attack, at the beginning of this crisis, Greece said it was not possible to rule out the presence of terrorists among these masses of migrants. So the possibility of migrants committing such situations is possible.
Delegate of Eritrea.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate from Eritrea would just say that Eritrea is ready to give clear and honest information if is it needed to find the to help finding the responsibles and not the organization responsible for this, and also it will enhance the controls in the borders to avoid the possibility in the future that terrorists go out of Eritrea.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Cambodia.
Just because some Afghani refugees, I don't know, became terrorists or something, doesn't mean that all refugees are actually terrorists. So no country or delegate should accuse refugees of being terrorists in any way.
Delegate France.
In face of this matter, it is high time that India starts securing their borders rather than first suggesting other countries to, whereas France has will agree to any such refugee checks, security checks that is needed in the country. Also, France would like to remind Czech Republic that while saying no to terrorists, no to refugees who might be terrorists, Czech Republic has to remember that more than 60% of the refugees are unaccompanied children, and refusing them, yeah, that's a humanitarian crisis.
Delegate, we would appreciate if the crisis was addressed first. Delegate of Iran, it has been mentioned that Iranian nationals have been reported to be working as a part of the insurgent organization. Would you like to comment?
Okay, yes. The delegate of Iran would agree with the delegate of Czech Republic that the root cause was the inefficient system of distribution of refugees. The attack by the Afghanis and Iranians was solely because of the unsatisfactory refugee system. In order to prevent future instances of this kind, we need to bring about reforms in the current system. This does not, however, justify the act of the Iranian refugees, but it does raise an important question regarding the inefficient distribution system of refugees.
Delegate of Argentina.
First of all, I would like to...
Please refrain from using personal.
Yeah, the delegate of Argentina would like to congratulate the government on catching the terrorists before doing anything. That is a real event happening right now, as a lot of other countries can do that. This has been mainly because of, we had unfortunately an experience with terrorism in AIMA accident in 1997, and as a role, as a global role from Argentina and drives from humanity, we would like to offer police officers and investigators to be sent to any country in need so they can protect their interior.
Delegate of Afghanistan.
Some of the military training institutions in India, like Indian Military Academy, accept foreign citizens to achieve training in the institution. Does the delegate have any comment on this?
Delegate of India, would you like to comment?
Be rephrased.
Delegate, please rephrase your question.
Some of the military training institutions in India, like the Indian Military Academy, accept foreign citizens to achieve training in the institution. Does the delegate have any comment on this?
Yes.
Thank you, Delegate. If the delegate is insinuating that these government channels have been used for these terrorist attacks, we, the government, can assure you it has not been. We only train these foreign nationals after permission from their respective government has been obtained. With that being said, thank you, Delegate of France, for your advice. I think the Delegate of India can speak for themselves. And furthermore, the delegate of France was insinuating that India should secure its borders before advising others to. Let me state this was an advice before the third update had come out. With that being said, we are deeply saddened and concerned about the fact that Indian channels have been used. We will be monitoring any local and any state military programs from now on, and we will further be monitoring any flights out of India to these concerned regions to ensure this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Syria. Okay, sorry, delegates, we're moving to an unmoderated caucus.
For draft resolution making right now. And we'd appreciate it if we have 2 blocks. Thank you, delegates.
Delegates, before we have to set the time for the unmoderated caucus. Time of 15 minutes.
I guess. I don't know. Original one?
Honorable chairs, as a point of personal privilege, this delegate of Japan would like to request that both blocks be separated on either side of this room to maintain the decorum.
That will be in order.
Delegates, the time for this unmoderated caucus has expired. Please return to your seats and submit your draft resolutions to the dais. Delegates, please return to your seats first. Yes.
Just clear all the papers on the table, otherwise that draft resolution will get mixed up.
No, they have a laptop.
That's only one. What about the other? Delegates, we have yet not received any draft resolution.
Delegates, we've received just one draft resolution.
Guys,
Please return to your seats, delegates.
Delegates, please return to your seats. Maintain decorum. We have received only one draft resolution. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, Germany, Italy, and France. Because
Delegates, please maintain decorum. And please refrain from cross-talking, Delegate of France. Are there any motions on the floor? Delegate of Syria?
The delegate of Syria
Delegates,
poses a
your
motion.
attention, please. Please join us in welcoming our esteemed dignitaries who have arrived in our midst. We have the pleasure of having with us Ms. Rosalia Arteaga, former President and Vice President of Ecuador. Ms. Stefania Giannini, former Minister of Education, Universities and Research, Italy. Over to the chair.
Can the delegate of Japan state their sponsors for their draft resolution?
The delegate of Finland and the delegate of Zimbabwe.
Delegates,
And the Czech Republic. Sorry, apologies.
Delegates, are there any motions on the floor? Delegate of Syria.
The delegate of Syria would like to raise a motion to open a moderated caucus to discuss the resolutions on the table.
That is in order, and it passes by the chair's discretion since we are in an emergency crisis.
All right, delegates, we'll be now discussing draft 1. Author is India, sponsored by USA, Syria, Italy, and France. Signatories being China, Russia, UAE, and UK. We would like to invite 2 sponsors and the author of the draft to please come forward and discuss the draft resolution.
Delegate? No, Delegate. We will just have the discussion of the resolution. Please go ahead. Delegates, please note that you have 5 minutes to present your resolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time of chaos, we have developed a very comprehensive draft resolution that addresses the main three concerns: safety of refugees, safety of citizens, and vetting procedures. I will now proceed to move on reading my operative clauses. Clause number 1, we call upon countries whose people have seen casualties or have experienced loss to provide investigative officials in order to ensure objective research. This is in light of the controversial role of France and other countries. To ensure a very objective and straightforward investigation, we call upon each one of your countries which have been affected to send your likely official.
Request the UN to conduct an independent investigation of the countries that have suffered casualties and have contributed to these attacks. This is in light to get more information and evaluate the correct reasons as to why the attacks happened.
Moving on with the resolution, we further invite all member nations to continue to implement strict vetting and screening processes so that the status of refugees is only granted to the deserving refugees. While we have constantly discussed the fact that illegal immigration is a crucial aspect of why terrorist attacks are taking place, and therefore to eliminate terrorists upholding the audacity to attack nations or host in different nations will be eradicated positively by implementing this resolution, and therefore we urge all nations to vote for this resolution and pass this for the crisis.
Did you read all this? Yeah. 400 for you, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, to reiterate, we have the vetting procedure that many of the countries called for. We still ensure that the refugees are taken care of. We know they need a home, and we are still able to provide a home for them. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we present our resolution.
Thank you, delegates. Since we are discussing the draft resolution, you will have to answer points of information. Are there any on the floor? Please raise your placards now.
Also, delegates, before we proceed, the author is not India, it's Germany. It's just been changed. Thank you.
Delegate of Egypt, you've been recognized.
The delegate would like to question the sponsors of this resolution by asking that now this resolution does not provide any comprehensive clauses to deal with the current situation at hand, but rather prevention of further situations. So how does the delegation expect the resolution to tackle the current precarious situation of refugees across Europe and those affected right now in Europe?
We also have a clause which states we also call for nations who are currently in the European Union to raise their security levels to high alert. That wouldn't mean a curfew or closing down of the continent, but increased security. And we believe this will deter any future attacks.
Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Does this resolution not have anything to aid the search of the 15 missing people?
The resolution's second operative clause says that an independent investigation of the countries that have suffered casualties will take place, and this investigation will throw light on all the minute details and will completely clarify all doubts relating to the incident.
Furthermore, because we realize that the investigation that is being conducted needs to be reliable, we call upon nations to send official investigators from their own countries to ensure that there is no chance of manipulation within the investigation that is being carried out. Furthermore, this also increases reliability so as to minimize the chance of any further questions being posed from member states.
With that being said, to continue search and rescue efforts, we do strongly support that with financial help, if required, coming from countries who are willing to donate.
Delegates, is the block open to a question from the dais?
Absolutely.
So the crisis states that there will be a G20 summit in Argentina where a few insurgents have been found in 2 days, that is in March, on March 19th and 20th. So how does the resolution plan on tackling that?
Like I've said before, even though there isn't a specific clause stating the G20 issue, we have called for the raising of the high alert security. That would in turn mean definitely an increased security in all countries, which would in turn deter attacks.
Thank you, delegates. You may return to your
Thank you,
seat.
Chair. Thank you, committee.
Was there a delegate who raised a point of order? Yes, delegate of Egypt.
The delegate believes that the delegate of India had earlier stated that the raising of security level was for Europe specifically, and therefore that does not include Argentina. So delegate would request a clarification on that matter.
All right, thank you, delegate. Delegate of India, please clarify through notes.
Also, delegates, we will not be accepting amendments for the emergency crisis because we will only be accepting draft resolutions, and all countries were allowed to make the draft resolution during the unmoderated caucus. Now we have the second unmoderated caucus. Apologies. Now we have the second draft resolution. That is, author countries Japan, sponsors Finland, Zimbabwe, and Czech Republic. Please approach the podium.
So, fine. Clause 1. Increase the active participation and collaboration of all states and international and regional organizations to impede, impair, isolate, and incapacitate the terrorist threat. Clause 2. Secure borders of member states with more armed personnel. Member nation. Then member nation should clause 3. Member nation should collaborate to jointly investigate the unknown syndicate group which is operating. Jointly investigate the syndicate group. As it seems to be an international group, we must work together internationally to investigate this group.
All right, fine. Put emergency services on high alert. Clause 4, put emergency services on high alert, including police and hospitals. Clause 5, urge tourism agencies to temporarily suspend any excursions to countries that are affected. Clause 6, temporarily halt the influx of refugees into the Union. And Clause 7, joint international investigations should be held in order for a larger and much more advantageous situation to be achieved.
Clause 9 authorizes the reformation of the refugee quota system. And Clause 10, stricter vetting of the refugees to distinguish between those of legitimacy and those of terrorist threat. Obviously, these last 2 points are more to actually prevent any more actual terrorist attacks, especially with the fact with the way this crisis has occurred. This is a chain reaction that has been seen from this syndicate group.
This resolution has mentioned in many different aspects, such as putting forward investigations that are very thorough in order to find out these criminals that have participated in this crisis. And this investigation has also put forward a solution to the fact that there are missing people, which creates a hostage situation while also creating a terrorist situation, which many delegates have unfortunately failed to recognize. It has a clause that goes, encourages the active participation and collaboration of all state and international and regional organizations to impede, impair, isolate, and incapacitate the terrorist threat. This encourages the entire committee to come into one hand and help in aiding in closing this crisis.
We'll ask questions.
Okay, we may move forward.
We yield our time to questions.
All right, Delegate. Are there any points of information for the Delegate of Iran? You've been recognized.
Okay, so the delegate mentioned that it covers all aspects, but what compensation does this resolution provide to the people who have been affected by the deaths during the bombing?
Could you rephrase the question? Oh, wait.
Delegate, you're supposed to raise a point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege?
Yes, Delegate.
Could the question be rephrased?
Delegate of Iran, please rephrase the question.
Okay, so the sponsors mentioned that this resolution covers all aspects. However, what compensation does this resolution provide to the families that have been affected by the deaths during the bombings?
Every delegate on this block does give away its condolences to the families and will try its best to provide funds. However, as a sponsor, which is Zimbabwe, cannot offer its monetary funds. Other countries on the block can.
Delegate of Sweden, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The delegate of Sweden would like to ask the delegate of Japan, what program does he have to prevent the terrorist groups coming into these states? Because yes, you can have controls, but what program does he have specifically? Thank you.
Clause 4 states that to be put emergency services on high alert, including police and hospitals. And Clause 9 states that stricter vetting of the refugees to distinguish between those of legitimacy and those of facade. Also, Japan is a member of one of the G7 nations who are one of the members of the largest economies, thus being able to provide large amounts of financial aid as well as non-combatant military officers in order to combat the rising threat of terrorism worldwide. Thank you.
Delegate of France, you've been recognized.
This draft resolution says that influx of refugees into the Union has to be stopped for a while. Does the delegate realize that when Sweden did the same, it caused the Stockholm attack? So while we're trying to prevent a terrorist attack, it's not really happening in this draft resolution because Stockholm attack was done by a refugee that was denied access into the country.
Delegates, please note that clapping is not in order.
Thank you. On the case of the Stockholm attack, the delegates of this bloc firmly believe that this is highly circumstantial, that it's a very special case that still does not outweigh the actual security benefits that will actually be provided from actually halting the influx of refugees, especially with the fact that there's still loopholes, as already admitted by this whole committee, within the European Commission's refugee influx system. These loopholes need to be addressed first before actually having these refugees be admitted again, because there is a high risk that these tragedies will happen again, and the bloc firmly believes that national security should be protected.
The delegate of Finland adds on. Furthermore, since we expect more attacks, we have placed this. Our resolution places the police and hospitals and all emergency services on high alert, so as to respond quickly and neutralize the threats before they rise.
Is the block open to any question from the dais?
Yes.
Any and all.
Considering the fact that the G20 meeting is occurring, and considering the fact that this issue has started with coordinated attacks in Europe and now is spreading to Argentina and over the world, the bloc has vaguely stated that they would increase security forces, but they did not state any strict measures that would be followed so that the existing organization that has found its places in different parts of the world can be purged out. What is the views of the bloc on this issue?
There are multiple ways in which this bloc addresses those issues. The primary issue, the first issue of the G7 summit, the security of the summit, the G20 summit, the emergency services are put into high alert. That's the first thing. Second thing, yes, to prevent further attacks on the international scale, all member nations are requested to increase the border controls, increase the border control and protection. Furthermore, clause 1 of the resolution encourages the active participation and collaboration of states, all international and regional. We encourage international collaboration so that when combating this international threat, we can work international. We can collaborate with other countries so as to gain information from each other and combat the threat.
Right. Thank you, delegates. You may return to your seat. Delegates, the time for this moderated caucus has elapsed. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of India.
Motion to move into voting procedures for the above two resolutions.
That is in order. Due to the chair's discretion, this motion will pass. All those in favor for draft resolution 1 submitted by
Germany.
Point of order.
Yes,
Are
delegates.
the delegates requested to only vote on one resolution?
Yes, delegates. Please note that you will only be able to vote for one resolution. All those in favor for draft resolution 1 submitted by the delegate of Germany, please raise your placards now. Please lower your placards. All those in favor for draft resolution 2 submitted by the delegation of Japan, please raise your placards now. By a clear majority, the draft resolution submitted by the delegation of Japan passes. Clapping is now in order. Apologies. Apologies, delegates. The draft resolution submitted by the delegation of Germany. Delegates, we will now move back to the topic which was formally discussed. That is the denial of right to education, and we will continue with the moderated caucus. Are there any motions on the floor? Delegate of Zimbabwe.
Motion to open a moderated caucus.
Of total time?
20 minutes.
That is in order. All those in favor? This motion clearly passes. Yes, Delegate of Zimbabwe.
The delegate of Germany, apologies. Germany has mentioned and has recently stated that they believe that education is a right more than it is a privilege. Does Germany believe that this is a realistic standard that should be applied to every country and has not had any negative side effects yet?
Point of personal privilege? Can the delegate please rephrase this question?
Delegate of Zimbabwe, please be more concise and rephrase the question.
In a recent occasion, Germany has stated that education is a right more than it is a privilege. Have there been any negative side effects to this model? And if there aren't, does Germany suggest this model to many other nations?
Yes, Delegate of Germany.
The delegate of Germany would like to say that stating the right to education as more of a privilege, stating that education is more of a right than a privilege affirms that education is the most important thing, that is the most fundamental thing and important thing that should be given to every citizen of a country. It states it highlights the priority that education should be given in each and every country, and thus Germany does believe affirmatively that all countries should treat education as a right rather than a privilege, and that would create a greater impact on education as a global issue.
Yes, Delegate of Zimbabwe.
Germany provides free education to all, whether the person is from the German nationality or not, as international students. Does Germany believe that this is applicable to all nations and does not have negative side effects?
Yes, Delegate of Germany.
The German government has always prioritized education, and thus the move to make education free had come is enforced by the German government. However, the German government believes that it is not Germany's place to comment on the education systems of other countries. However, it would say that making education free for all citizens would make education more accessible by all citizens, and in turn would enhance the levels of literacy in countries worldwide. Thus, Germany does say that making education free could enhance education.
Delegate of Italy.
The delegate of Italy would like to appreciate the comments of the delegate of Germany, first of all, as they strongly resonate with the feelings of Italy. Secondly, it would like to say that education should and will be a right instead of a privilege, because one, talent is not distributed on the basis of who can afford an education and who cannot. And this means that somebody who's not literate could be doing a much better job even here than us. They could be doing a much better job if they had an opportunity. We had the opportunity to come here and prove ourselves as delegates, and someone else could do it better if they had been given the same chance. This world is something that needs efficiency at any job, and someone who has not been given that chance could be more efficient than everybody in this room if they are given that chance, which is why everyone should and everyone does deserve an education, no matter what race, creed, caste, or gender they are. Thank you.
Yes, Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In India, a majority of the population is the youth. Yet countless children are poverty-stricken and do odd jobs throughout the day. These children do not receive the education they require. What does the delegate of India have to talk about this?
Yes, Delegate of India.
Thank you, Chair. This is indeed a very saddening fact. People struck by poverty not receiving access to education. But for that, we've had various programs. The Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign, that specifically helps the girls whose parents are not educated, whose parents are poverty-stricken, to actually send them to school. And mind you, the education for these poverty-stricken people are free. We have another scheme, the midday meal scheme. So for poverty-stricken people, meals are very scarce. So the government has proposed an idea where we feed them at school to increase enrollment in schools. And as a matter of fact, our GRE, our gross enrollment rate of primary schools, has reached an astounding 111%. So I believe we are making a good progress towards eradicating the lack of education in the poverty-stricken people. I hope that answers your question.
Delegate of Mexico, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Chair. This question is to the delegate of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia forces a gender-specific education policy that emphasizes women's domestic function. Does this not promote gender inequality, especially in a country where women account for only 4% of the total workforce in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
The delegate of Saudi Arabia admits the fact that in the past, women have been given less priorities, but we are undergoing a socio-economic revolution, and we have been making more changes to that. The number of universities in Saudi Arabia for women is much more than more than men, and there are 17 universities for women, whereas there are only 9 universities for men. This is showing the fact that women are given more importance for the higher education than men. And also, in the secondary level, in the primary and secondary level education, the women and men alike are given equal importance. Does that satisfy you? Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Delegate of United States of America.
The delegate of United States of America would like to begin by stating that the fact that Saudi Arabia has 17 universities for females while they have 9 universities for men is not something to be celebrated. There should be equal opportunities. Furthermore, the fact that there are 17 universities for women where they can receive an education, however, are not allowed to work without male supervision later on is a shame. And The KSA also questioned India on how and why they had students that were outside working in the daytime instead of going to school, and why they were participating in odd jobs. However, the United States of America would like to remind all the countries sitting here that we live in a country that faces a constant economic problem, and there are scarce resources, which is why we are here today to talk about how we can make education available for every single child. So instead of pointing fingers, it would be more suitable if you try to discuss resolutions, or if you try to discuss solutions that could later on be implemented into resolutions.
Well stated, Delegate. Delegate of Ghana, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Getting education is the right of every child, no matter if they are refugee or not. But Iranian government policies require Afghan refugees to pay school fees and show residency documents to be admitted to school. However, United States Refugee Agency states that there are 1.5 to 2 million undocumented Afghans in Iran. So how can the Iranian government ensure the educational rights of all those Afghan refugees in Iran?
Delegate of Iran.
The delegate for Iran would like to specify the fact that these Afghans had come in the 1979 during the war, and since for the past 4 decades we have maintained them here, and still currently we still contain 1 million Afghani refugees. So we have been educating them, and there has been no problems, and they are certainly better off than they were in Afghanistan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor of having with us today other two distinguished and esteemed dignitaries, Ms. Najat Walad Belkacem, former Minister of Education, Higher Education and Research, France, and Mr. Steve Mihare, former Minister of Education, New Zealand. We now request our esteemed dignitaries to address the gathering and share their valuable insights with us. Can we have microphones arranged for the distinguished guests?
Okay, thank you very much. I am Rosalía Arteaga, former Minister of Education of Ecuador and former Vice President and President of the Republic. I really appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you. I love to work with young people, and I have to tell you that I can hear some very interesting points that you put on. Special congratulations for the General Secretary, she is making a very good job. I appreciate it a lot. And I also have to congratulate the delegates that I have heard with their positions, defending the positions of the different countries that you are representing. On my experience, I have to tell you that I started my life being a teacher in a high school when I was 17 years old. Probably some of you are of the same age. And I had also the opportunity in Ecuador to organize a simulation like this, but not about the United Nations, but the Organization of American States. That is regional organizations all over the Americas. And it was excellent because teenagers and young people learn how to develop procedures, to respect the other's thoughts, and to make an effort to explain the arguments that you have. I also want to share with you another experience. When I was in 2004 to 2007, General Secretary of another organization, the Organization of the Amazon Basin, that has to deal with the 8 countries of the Amazon. The headquarters are in Brazil. I had an experience that I want to share with you. We organized a trip by boat through the Amazon for a month with teenagers from 16 to 18, because it's very interesting how we can develop ownership, knowledge, because you cannot love what you don't know. It's very important. You can love when you know about the reality, what's happening on the area, what are the goals, what are the points that has to be improved. Then I agree with what we are doing here, talking about education. Education is the most important thing that we can provide for our people in any part of the earth. It is a right, as you talked before, it's a right. And everybody, every human being has to achieve all the goals through education. I think it's one thing that I want to share with you. Thank you very much.
Kia ora tātou, which is greetings in our indigenous language in New Zealand, which is Maori language. Greetings to you all. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words to you. First of all, can I join my colleague in saying, I think I speak for both of us, when we say that we are in absolute awe when we come and sit and listen to you. You have a level of skill that I think we would say we are admiring of, and a little jealous of, that you have so much skill at this age. Both of us went into politics quite early, in the sense that, probably like you, we were at school thinking about the things that we cared a great deal about. And I think if there's one thing that drives people into public life and into politics, it is, in fact it should be, that you care deeply about something. And that's what brings you here. That it's the kind of thing that motivates you, gets you out of bed in the morning, that you can't stop thinking about, that you want to see change. That's what drives you into public life and into politics, because you want to be the person who can't do it on their own. That's why you go into public life, to be part of everything that's able to be happening. But you want to see that kind of change. And I get the feeling from just listening to the level of passion that you have brought to this debate here, that that's the kind of people you are. That's how I got started in politics. I started in environmental movements, anti-war movements in my home country. And over time I said to myself, I'm a little bit tired of throwing myself at the police. Perhaps I should go into something where I make real change. And so I stood for Parliament, and I went into politics when I was 37 years old. One of the things that I think is important, that was brought up in fact by the young people who talked in the main session today, is that when you go into politics, it's good to go in with a lot of experiences, that you have the skills that you need to be able to do the job well. And I thought they made a very good point today, and that is that young people can accelerate their leadership skills by doing things like this. It's a fantastic thing you are doing here, so that when you do enter politics, you are able to say, this is what I stand for, but I know I can actually do something about it. I have the skills to speak, to write, to bring policy to bear. I know about the law and how my country runs. I can actually do this job. And you are doing things at an age that really I was not, and I'm sure many of my colleagues in the parliamentary group here were not. So you are accelerating that growth, and you will bring all that skill to bear when you go into Parliament. When you get there, you'll find it's slightly different in many ways to what you'd hope for. It can be slow, it can be frustrating, it can sometimes make you feel that there must be something else you could do with your life that's better than this. But there wouldn't be many politicians who would say to you that they regretted the time that they were in politics. Because when you get there, every single day you get up, you know you can make a difference. You can make change. It's the most exhilarating feeling to feel that you are going to contribute to people having a better life. That optimism, that idealism that I sense all of you have got will get you into politics. The skills you're learning will equip you to do the job. But when you get there, stay there. Stay there for the long term so that you can really see through the changes that you believe in. We are in a very, very difficult world right now. But I have to say, looking at all of you, I feel pretty optimistic about the fact that something good is going to come this century. Go for it.
Standing. Honorable delegates, it's a great honor for me to be here at this United Nations Simulation Conference, you dealt with some crucial issues about education, not only like this topic. You talked about quality and inclusive education. You talked about education as a human right, more than a privilege, as German delegation underlines so well. And you talk about refugees crisis in Europe. Well, I found a red line in your discussion, your debate. I want to share with you my point of view. And this red line I try to summarize as it follows. I think that the responsibility we have in our hands now in these troubled times all over the world as politicians, as professors, I'm a university professor too, and as teachers, but also students, is try to affirm so clearly the new mission of democracy in this current millennium. And the new mission, in my opinion, is to give everybody the right to be different. You know, it seems almost obvious, but there is a long and very hard work to do that, because giving everybody the right to be different means giving the power of expressing his own identity, culture, language, and beliefs. And I think that education is the key factor to do something like this. I'm going to refer very, very briefly to my experience as before coming into politics. I was rector of an international universities in the sector of higher education, and later as a minister of education, universities, and research in Italy. Well, we try to reform structurally the Italian school system. We found some conservative resistance, I must admit, because when you introduce some strong innovation, it's natural that somebody can say, oh, please, pay attention, because we are changing something so important, so crucial for not simply for developing a better society, but also for changing human beings' mind and their beliefs, their way to approach their lives. I can summarize in one word the trial we ran as government and as minister myself. This word is open. I think that opening the school and putting inside the classroom all the context there is outside of the room, the question of integration in multicultural societies. My country has a strong and very fast process of migration, you know, and this is a very important issue, and that people sometimes don't understand how can we manage this process. And school is the right place to approach in a right way this factor. And secondly, try to open means open the school to society, means to create a link between what you teach, what we teach, when you learn in the class and when you find outside. So dual skill, school to work, this is the innovation we introduced in Italy because we didn't have a scheme like this. But maybe the most important thing, the most ambitious challenge we have, the most difficult thing we have to do, and we try to do also in my case, is try to rethink the way we teach and the way you learn. Because, you know, we have now a digital context around, all around the world, in different countries. Everybody has something just like this, and you can connect, you can invent, you can innovate in so different ways. But at the same time, we must consider that this is the most important innovation we have to introduce in every national school system. But at the same time, this is my opinion, this is my point of view, we are sure that computers will be always smarter than human beings. So, which is the difference? Which is the feature we have to put in our programs, in our way of teaching, and in your way of learning? It's something which is so typical for for human beings, believing, independent thinking, and soft skills. It's the difference between smart and wise. And in my opinion, school education system must introduce wisdom more than smart in our society. So we try to do something like this. We try to create an open school, more open than it was in the past. And I think this is the right way to go, and I think that also the issues you touched around this table have to do with this so ambitious program and so ambitious objective, not simply in politics, but also in education.
It's a great opportunity for us to learn from the past and practical experiences of all our special guests. We'll now get started with the question and answer sessions. The first question is for Ms. Rosalia Arteaga from Vania Sultana.
To Honorable Ma'am Rosalia Arteaga, as a woman, achieving something takes more hard work and effort to put in than men. So, ma'am, how is it coming to power in your country, and what do you consider as your major achievement in the field of education?
Not easy for a woman, because you know that during the long time, women doesn't have the same rights that men. Even in my case, when I arrived to the presidency of the Republic, I suffered a coup d'etat by the parliament. And the only reason is because I was a woman. Nowadays, things are changing for good, I think. And it's a big challenge that has to be reached with education. I hear some of you talking very enthusiastic about the goals and the role of education and the importance to have the possibility, as my colleague from Italy says, to be diverse, to have the opportunity to demonstrate our own values, our own dreams. The thing that I want to share with you also is that all of us, we have to be dreamers. We have to be dreamers and to follow our dreams from the bottom of our hearts. It could be something that could be considered utopical, but at the end of the day, what we want for all of us, we want to be happy. That's a big dream. And how we achieve the happiness is very personal, because happiness is very different for everybody of us. Then being dreamers, working to make the dreams of the others also be in practical efforts is one thing that we can share, and we can work for it. The experience to be in power, as I told you, is something that, in my case, I personally decide, because I want not only to be an observer, I want to be on the field, a player. And in my time, because I was in position more than 20 years ago, it was not usually that a woman in a country of Latin American could do some kind of things. I was, for example, the first female minister of education of my country. And I remember that some people on the street say, yeah, you maybe go to the kitchen. And I say, I don't like to cook. I am really bad on kitchen. Then I have to be in politics. But it was like an ironic answer. And I feel that I had the opportunity to open roads for female in my country and in a lot of countries. Because when I talk with, especially with women, but also with young men, they say, yeah, you can be a role model because you fight for being there, you do it in a proper way, no corruption, not agreement under the table, that everything has to be open. And I really call you to follow your dreams and to fight for a better world with the tools of education. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our second question is for Ms. Stefania Giannini by Ivy Ganguly. Can the mic be passed on?
Good afternoon, ma'am. My question for you is that, considering your marvelous achievements and great contribution in the field of education and politics, what do you think is the greatest challenge that students, as well as educators, would have to combat in the years to come?
Did you visit the laboratory which are outside of this room? There is a magic word made of high technology, strong innovations, new competencies you need as students, but I think new competence we need also as teachers or professors, just to understand what's moving around. And I'm not sure that we can predict today which will be useful in a few years in order to find a good job, in order to understand better that we need to do this kind of fast-changing world. So, the first challenge is, of course, try to introduce a digital paradigm in the schools. And it's important, very concrete, very clear objective. But at the same time, if we want that education still remains what you said, that it is a human right and the key factor which can change people's mind, the key factor we have in our hands to bring peace and stability inside a person's heart, as Rosalia told us before. I think that we must combine this dimension with the humanistic approach that we have in some countries, in Europe for instance, but also in other countries of the world. And I think that these values, those values I mentioned before, believing, independent thinking, and all this humanistic dimension is quite important. And the combination of these two dimensions will be the right way to change and to rethink the way we teach and the way we learn.
Thank you, ma'am. Our final question is for Mr. Steve Mihare by Justin Raphael.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Sir Steve, you have stated earlier that students may accelerate their growth through participating in worthwhile extracurricular activities and leadership tasks, etc. So, do you feel, sir, that standardized testing results and grading systems would still be an effective way to determine the academic success of students in the future?
Hello. Very good question. And you thought it up while I was talking as well. So, on your feet. Very good. Just to encourage the young woman in the room, can I say, I come from a country that has a 37-year-old female Prime Minister. Nearly all the parties are committed to 50% women in their makeup. And the fact we have a woman Prime Minister is that she's the third as well in recent times. So the world is changing. The door is opening. The kind of battles that people like these two have had to do to clear the way, it's much clearer. So yeah, don't give up. It's a world waiting for you to be a Prime Minister somewhere or a President or something like that. No, I don't think the kind of assessment we have is the way that it will lead to better leadership skills for young people. I think in many cases we over-examine and over-assess young people through the process of asking them to memorise for exams. So teachers all over the world are encouraged to teach to the exam, teach to the test, and to assess all the time. So the time for learning tends to get squashed, and the process of learning becomes skewed towards trying to make sure that you are able to pass that exam. So most countries will have at some point in their academic career for the young person a point where they pass or fail, whether they get to go to university or not. And so what we end up doing is never really finding out what is the passion, what is the talent of that young person that could then be accelerated, capitalised on, allowed to grow so that they can make the kind of contribution that they might be able to make to their country and to the world. So assessment's essential. Knowing your progress in education is essential, but we need a revolution in the way that we find out what you know and we use that to develop you, rather than trying to rank you one against the other, which is the way we do things now. And once again, I've been to a couple of sessions here through the conference that have been hugely encouraging as people have been talking about how to give you feedback on what you should know and how well you know it so that you can progress as fast as you can through the system rather than just a series of set standardised barriers. That's a change that's got to come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, honourable guests of honour, for being here with us today. We truly appreciate the priceless wisdom you've spread to us. Over to the chair now.
Delegates, the dais would look favorably upon a motion to terminate moderated caucus and move into an unmoderated caucus to discuss the draft resolutions. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of India.
Motion to adjourn moderated caucus and open an unmoderated caucus for a time period of 20 minutes.
That is in order. All those in favor? This motion clearly passes. However, delegates, please note that the time will be revised to 15 minutes due to chair's discretion. You are now in unmoderated caucus.
we request our distinguished judges, Mr. Stephen King and Mr. Rajesh Jakarpai, to share their views on the session with us.
It's been a great pleasure to see so many of you again for the second time, seeing how many of you have grown, and to see your development over the past couple of months. It's fantastic. I've had a great time again, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next session tomorrow. I hope they're going to be half as good as you, because then that will be very entertaining as well. I think from today and from last time, what I saw was a couple of people really mature and become more than just people who can learn from a computer screen, but they could digest it and come up with stories and the ability to engage with others to convince them of their point of view. And they managed to do that with charm and with pleasantries that brought people together with a lot of warmth. So I was very pleased with that. There's a few other people that were very, very smart and very, very sharp and made us laugh quite a lot with some of the comments, but perhaps that didn't help you in forming the relationships around the table that were needed to carry this forward. So although that it's sometimes necessary to be defensive, perhaps there needs to be a little bit of extra warmth and charm and maybe humor in that to not put people off. So again, I say very, very well done. I've had a great time. I think Mr. Rajesh has also had a great time as well. I'm sure all the audience has too. I'd like to wish you all the very, very best of luck in the next ones that you do, and encourage you to keep moving onwards and keep pursuing these great ideas. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Steve. This is my first time opportunity here to judge this event, but at the age of 18, the kind of communication skills and the networking things which you have, that has been tremendous. Being from an investment banker, we are almost into every time it was only money concept in our life, but here we have seen the digital learning platform where it will emerge in your life, and I think that probably your generation has taken it next forward. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Now we'd like to invite our principal and headmistress, GEMS Arun Indian School, and our chief guest, Ms. Rosalia Arteaga, to kindly come on stage to give away the mementos. We call upon the honorable members of the chair to come forward and receive mementos for their contribution to the UNSC 2018. The Secretary General, Meghna Senthil. The Presidents of the General Assembly, Arun Anand and Aisha Kavari. Vice Presidents of the General Assembly, Joel Matthew, Aliza Kidwai, and Vanshika Bharadwaj. We now have the much-awaited results with us. I request our chief guest, Ms. Stefania Giannini, to join our dignitaries on stage. The second runner-up position for speech in the General Assembly is secured by Parma Abbas, Cambridge International School. The first runner-up position for speech, General Assembly, goes to Adam El Hanawi, the Winchester School, Jabal Ali.
Thank you so much.
you.